Good day and well, actually, good day and maybe good evening for you. Maybe good night. Good very early morning for some of you. And welcome to 7.3 MSQ stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you just call me Kai. If I look like I've just ran a marathon, I haven't. I had a doctor's appointment this morning, so I've been biking 24 kilometers. Fun. But other than that, I'm now here in full HD. Anyway, what this stream is going to be is I will be gradually working my way through the new MSQ stuff. So obviously, if you don't actually want to see that, then why are you here? But if you want to experience the MSQ with me, or alternatively, you want someone to read the dialogue for you, then you've come to the right place. If the MSQ does not have voice acting itself, then I will do all of the voice acting. I try my best to do voices. I'll have to apologize if I do voices different from last time. I might not remember the voice I normally give a character. I probably don't. I was better at it back when I did weekly MSQ streams back with Small Kai. But we will be doing the MSQ, and when we finish the MSQ, we will have a short break, which means end of stream, start a new stream for the Alliance raid, and then we do that. So if you are scared of being spoiled on the Alliance raid separately, no worries, that'll be a different stream, so you would have to actively go and click on that to be spoiled by that. Now, with that said, hey Liv, hey Rust, hey Yassel, hey Milo, hey Portal Enthusiast, hey Nox, hey Aradel, hey Bob, hey Lone Wolf, hey Agent Monica, and hey Roshan. Hope you're doing well. If you have a moment, Caetsu, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Well, my perspective is going to be like a frog perspective. I'm not very tall. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clear idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And, while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged, as far as I know. That's the good news. Right, so to the bad news then. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king resolves authorities about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? A hacker man? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. The age of Storm Surge. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrobe technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Hey Erika, hope you're doing well. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough. Exploring treatments for 11 sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. They should really have thought about putting an X at the end of his name after choosing to name so many things that he has and does. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you! Hackerman! Hackerman ready to go. While Galulja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. I'll punch them with Fire 4. Count me in. Ra and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Ah, yes, the explanation as to why we don't get to see the other floors. Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Lance Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliholal. Alphino and Alice will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Caetsu's group, if you'll have me. Can you cast Fire 4? The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. Pfft, you'll change your tone once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Hey Oats, hope you're doing well. He looks at me. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? The people seem uneasy. Actually, are you alright, Geode? Are you okay? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx, nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the spectre of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And do you think we can handle that responsibility, after everything you've seen of us? Have you seen this? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Caetsu and I will take the east. Very well, we shall end our patrol in the plaza just past True View and await you there. We take 3 steps and immediately enter a battle. Dun 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 dun. Alright, thank you, Erica. If you're leaving, then I hope you have a good day. If not, enjoy. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Ah yes, here's the tutorial. On the one hand, we can point and laugh. On the other, at the fact that it took like an expansion and a half before they implemented that tutorial. On the other hand, better late than never, right? Are the sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a new regulator. Becoming Endless is the only way. Even Queen Sveen said so. Well, I mean... Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company... Oh. Let me try that one again. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day. But once we're past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning. Or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life, if only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Yeah. Yeah, that tutorial should show the first time you get one of these escort missions, instead of them giving you a mini tutorial almost every time. I think that's how it's supposed to work. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant. Until it happened. Oh. What does me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time left to make up your mind. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make up your mind. Mark my words, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Caetsu, a word. I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. That fights are likely to break out over the new regulators? The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report, but are you sure there wasn't anything else? There are two other things, actually. Yes, that's it! The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe he's specifically only attacking people that don't have regulators. And yeah, if you are enjoying the stream, it's a little early for that, but if you are enjoying the stream, it does actually help to leave a like on the stream. Whether during it or after it, but you know, it does tell the algorithm that this is good stuff. You like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. Oh wait, there's a square there to talk in. Let me just, hey Geode, you wanted to tell me something? It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces around the city. The little ones would jump for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady would always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey Sentry, what do you want? Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimate on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. Well, there you go. Hey Zelly, hope you're doing well. Wish to know if the people who died at the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assume the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. White dust? Caetsu, I think it's time we rejoin Kryl and Sveen. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryl say to meet in the plaza just outside of True View? Let's get going. You haven't slept yet? Ah, see, that's the mistake, Sally. What you should have done is go to bed, like, supremely early, so that you could just get up supremely early. Oh, unless, of course, you had work. An anime to watch. That's pretty good. And this isn't going anywhere. So, essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. Why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What of the dust found at various sites? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust? But no bodies? Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erenville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calyx's murderous actions. Caetsu, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it! Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. I think Milo was asking which anime, Sally. Also, Ross says mid of the workday, so I'll just listen to stream. Oh, okay, no worries. No voiced cutscene. It's not the most efficient way to walk.
Stay back! Stay away from me! Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A Sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
So next step, remove their arms.
know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Oh no.
Go to them, quickly!
Come back here. I have a Fire 4 with your name on it.
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Isadora. Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Charger. Promise I'll make your mother better. She'll get like cybernetic implants. What? Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. Oh, money. A comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We'll tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. We will tend to your friend who we just deemed probably dead. You're welcome. No, you can't check. We'll do it. Right, Sally. Good night to you. Isadora is going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That Sentry was behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. These hands! Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakwe sent word. Wayakwe. Well, I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. And then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Yes. Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Oh, thanks. Here, take these communicators. They're very small. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. I don't know which one was talking there. I think it was that guy. Wayakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck, and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Hey Feline Ilana, hope you're doing well. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. Perhaps you should do more than just stand somewhere and do this. Nope. Nope. Still nope. Nah, not there either. And definitely not there. The classic. Yeah, I surveyed the area. What do you mean? I used the look both sides before you cross the road technique. It's very effective. Trust me. I'm a professional. You see no sign of Geode. Wayakwe's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode! Geode, answer me! There's no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. When you mean Geode wasn't 20 meters away from me? Exactly, Lana. Absurd. Absolutely insane. And yet, it's both shocking and socking, actually, when you think about it. Oh, look, Nomi's here. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. And there he is.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Uh-oh.
Dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Uh-oh.
Shit.
Uh-oh. Power walking mode activated.
Damn you!
Oh.
You can't be here! You need to run, now!
Uh-oh.
A trap!
Considering how slowly they move, couldn't he just run past them?
Take care of the others, eh?
I guess it started moving really fast suddenly, so I guess they can move faster.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
His neutral special.
Geode!
Yeah, we just missed him. Can I use 5-4 now?
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
I will halt your harvest by defeating you.
It was foolish of me to even ask.
Yes, it was.
return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
I mean, it's not even here, I don't think. We've acquired the Geode stick. Oh, that would have been good, Portal Enthusiast, but we're the good guys. We don't do that. Yeah, they had Geode say big swears, and they didn't even include the E at the end. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind, was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection stolen ether allowed for many more Endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Calyx could. Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there's naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Caetsu. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in... We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. Indeed. We should return to the back room. Shayla and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Bayakwe to meet us there as well. Bayakwe, 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 Bayakwe. 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 Do we bury this? What do we do with it?
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is?
Considering he died very young, he might not actually comprehend what life really is.
I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
I mean, going out to clear your head might actually be considered stupid, considering that you're going out alone without a regulator, while someone is hunting people without regulators. Have you considered that?
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you.
Oh, to be fair, Portal Enthusiast, the thing is, Calyx is very smart. It's just that because he didn't actually get to live life for very long, he might not be able to comprehend the significance of life. Like, he basically just looks at it like a number. And he's like, well, if you don't want infinity number life, then why does it matter whether you get 0 years remaining or 30? Doesn't really matter, does it? You dying now means that someone else basically gets to extend their life by infinity. But technically it's not the same as living life for realsies, because it's like this endless situation. It's not quite the same, but he might not know the difference, considering that he probably has lived, quote-unquote, lived for much longer as just a memory.
And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer though, and is surely taking it the hardest, and that's on top of what happened with Kavkisha. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She'd like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. It should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kavkisha used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. But it is pretty funny that that would be the reason why he wouldn't get life. It's just he straight up just didn't get to live life for very long. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Word. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. Dun 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 dun. These air-wheelers are Genold's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Doesn't it surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. That does not surprise me. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Yeah, something like that, Port Enthusiast, where the difference is that in this case, Calyx doesn't really know the difference. Again, Endless is also alive, as far as he's concerned. They're just better alive, so they're more important to him. Whereas Emmett, like, he basically... it's actually the same thing, because he's like, I don't consider you alive because you're not alive in the same way that I consider something to be alive. So it doesn't matter. So it's actually, now that I think about it, it's almost exactly the same kind of justification. Phew, that's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Caetsu, you might be the first person I've written with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Hey Raging Bull, hope you're doing well. It was not rid of pests, who would have thunked? Oh right, speak with Shale. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I have never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while. Shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
To Geode's memory. I like how they offer you the opportunity to nod.
Oh. What are the two of you doing here?
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment.
I wonder how far in
They
the
tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I had recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
Would have been even funny if it was like one of the referee bots. And it's a draw!
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
He's like, for you, for me, for your mom, looking down at Kryl, and your dad, and you, and you. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. It's time. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Kryl for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Caetsu? I think that's my plans right now. Caetsu, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can't wait until you've finished attending to Shale, of course. As I said, that's my plans calling. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on, I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Go on, then. Caetsu, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I'm yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Will you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Something's not quite right. Is there a dungeon in the new MSQ? Of course there is, Felix. There's also a new trial. We haven't gotten to it yet, though. Oh, please tell me you brought more Nier regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some? Or perhaps Queen Sveen? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. That's true, Paul Enthusiast. Every time they're like, so what are you going to do? The game is like, actually, we know what you're going to be doing. It kind of makes sense. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen Sveen. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the climb of our neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed the new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now, I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. What? Excuse me? I'm not afraid of death. Anyway, I need to pray because the darkness is coming. I have found a greater evil than death itself. Darkness. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Excuse me? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I've got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. If you say so, buddy. Exactly, Milo. I'm not afraid of death. Now, the darkness, on the other hand, I sleep with the lights on. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? I mean, they seem to have some sort of religion going on. Tensions are running high. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? I think that our answer's coming right now. Artir? Caetsu, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Amachi and Alphino. Actually, on the other hand, it's just I have other people. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go.
What's happened?
Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
DJ Calyx. On the mix.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this This is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Val Wuklamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next sentry will turn on us?
That guy sounded weirdly flamboyant. Nothing bad about it, it's just strange.
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion.
I mean, that's how life works.
No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. I mean, it's also... I'm just saying... It's a little bit of a stretch that he'll be like, I'm going to seek out specifically my citizens that left. Like, he could just go and fight anything. It doesn't really matter. Yet, if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Vuklamat, please let them shelter in Tulichola. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Womp. Womp, 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 womp. Tulichola will gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Vuklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wished that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sveen. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me! That was also me! The small dragon. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Gululja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alice and the others said you were here. Good news, Caetsu. We finally found a chink in Calyx's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up! We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Yeah, I would say it's probably wise in these cases to look at where the current stream is at before you start asking about things ahead. I don't really mind because for the most part I can just not look at chat if you start talking about spoilers, but you probably don't want that. So my advice, if you need advice on MSQ ahead of me, is either just wait until I get there, or you'd have to check a stream that is ahead of me. But it is not very considerate to just start spoiling in the chat, regardless of what it is. And you can see on the screen where I am. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working! Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Gululja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Mizunashi. I hope you have a good time. And hopefully you won't feel too much fear of missing out on all the new stuff by having to wait until Monday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Sounds like you need one of Jenald's energy tonics.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
As I hope you enjoy your stroop waffles, Mizunashi. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail, and I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located on the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Sorry, I didn't see that the person speaking changed. Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door's locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I haven't done Hildebrand and Dawntrail, but I have done everything leading up to Dawntrail there, so I have done that quest, presumably. I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching Containment Complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. A few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. Oh. The small shelving unit holds some office supplies and little else of note. Oh, fantastic. How about this? This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance the desk's former owner has left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. It's okay, Nightcore edits. I don't really mind. It's just, you know, just take note of it in case, like, next time you might actually, you know, kick in the door with an actual, real big spoiler. But it's not that big of a deal. It's just, you know, now you know. And then we learn. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. Go, card-shaped object! You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It says... Hey! It's open! You did it, Caetsu! Yeah, thanks. And a good thing too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director, Demetrius, or so the terminal here says. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Onward! Da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey guys, I am the card holder. Let me through. Oh, the Scholasticate quest. Yeah, I've done that too. You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good? Maybe we need a different card? Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay shaves me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the Proto Lab. That door is already open at least. We'll find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. Hey, Svein. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? It could. Ah, but we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look? The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You have yet to uncover any potential combinations. Perhaps speaking with your comrades will help progress your investigation. What's here? It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Today I begin my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calyx's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions that I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius and intellect, yet he seems to be a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Svein insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Dutter lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. I've reached the end of the journal entries. Oh, well, there was no code in there. Hey, Galulja. I talked through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number? I have a number. Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits and press the confirm key. You have entered 158 on the number pad. Could this be the right combination? Combination you entered is incorrect. Perhaps speaking with you. Yeah, okay, I got it. I know, ball enthusiast. The reason why I went is because now I don't have to remember 158 because 158 is clearly incorrect. Ishale, please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close and I'm itching to get my hands on them. Okay. This machine feeds into a soul cell. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. Thanks for the help. It all looks so complicated. I shall have to ask Shale to teach me how to use these machines. Thanks. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. 1930. Oh boy. I see the problem. Experiment 158, maximum value of 11,509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9,834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on? I don't know, but let's see. There's no one else to talk to, so I guess we have the answer now. I know, Portal Enthusiast, but sometimes it can be difficult to find. Fortunately, they actually make the numbers stand out there too. You've gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combination? Up to 5. Well, I only have one thing that is actually 5 numbers, so let's try that first. The locker pops open. Inside, you discover a level 2 security card. Caetsu, you got the locker open. Do you mean 11,509, Portal Enthusiast? And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We need a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Caetsu. Thanks. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagined they'd be more... what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Dutter lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way. Which will hopefully yield before a new security card. I'll take the old one, if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. I have the better card. I have a blue eyes white dragon. Although that wouldn't be a level 8 card, right? Yes, it opened! So, where should we go first? The Deutero lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. Okay. Jail, there doesn't seem to be any power here. Nope, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. Oh, well then we go there. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero lab, shall we? Yeah, exactly, Errol. I am the Dark Magician. I even have a big hat. Engaging power supply. No good, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Jail? That's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the Deutero lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using control panels set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminals directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Caetsu? The rest of us can help by supplying Caetsu with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. Good to hear, Bob. Caetsu, take a look at this diagram. There's a note at the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that square in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Gulja is working on. It's hard to make out the rest. Assuming these are our 4 tile patterns, the bottom right is a square and the top right is half a circle? That's something to get you started at least. That's correct. Hey Niall, hope you're doing well. Can you show me that again? Huh? What? I mean, am I stupid? That picture looks wrong. This isn't there. On the picture, this is there. Actually, according to the picture, this square is supposed to... What? That is weird. The generator doesn't seem to need any fancy settings. As long as it's running and the circuit is fixed, we should have a power supply ready to go. Okay. And what do you say? I was able to glimpse part of a warning sign behind the containers. From what I could make out, it said, "Caution! Circuit will not function with duplicate patterns." I suppose that means only one of each circuitry pattern can be set at the same time. You must arrange the 4 tile patterns in the correct position, access the control panels and configure the circuitry. You've connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. I was reading the chat, Portal Enthusiast. It worked! We did it, Caetsu. The Dutter lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calyx, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calyx's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calyx funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calyx eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once, before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calyx could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports of endless research and other less urgent matters. So we had no way of knowing what kind of person Calyx was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs, that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Dutter lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. You see, the trick is, Portal Enthusiast, that I already technically got spoiled of what I needed to do for a puzzle once, so when I saw another puzzle, I only glanced very briefly at the chat. But you still said, just interact with the panels and see how they work, and that was how I knew to just click that one first. I basically, from your one statement, concluded that, oh, I just swapped them. I thought I was supposed to rotate them. That was why I was confused. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Right, I'll get this door open. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that? The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Caetsu has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Milala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? This is just a device they made to control it. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. Oh no! I believe there's much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Ishtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons. That means high security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Dun 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 dun. This lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. Oh. You find anything? Why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? I'll search through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something, I'm sure of it. Maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere. Not that one, apparently. I keep holding out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. Oh, thanks. Good for you, I guess. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Oh, okay. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Caetsu. Oh, a level 3! This should get us into the director's office. So, what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us? Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. So monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't? Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Caetsu's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show, then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
I can't see anything.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
And speaking of vision, I see only darkness before me.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Oh. He used his neutral special.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Do you shoot the camera too? If it is protocol, then why did you delete the footage? She only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data. The man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. Again, protocol, but apparently not. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as preservation agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Worry not, Sveen. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation, but what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. More puzzles abound, I take it. I summon Blue Eyes White Dragon. There we go. Let's head inside. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Caetsu, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Okay. I am the card holder. My character just like running with the card like, yay! I have the card! Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Caetsu, could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating parcel? You should have done this in MSQ as Philologian. Yeah, I guess I should. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the tablet. Examine the data tablet first. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation conditions remain unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Milala researchers. Wait a minute. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Milala broke with Preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the key. The relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depth of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Wow. Shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Okay. How about the data locker thing? Can I not look at that? I guess it would just be like, yeah, it's locked, idiot. Something is strange about this wall. I could have sworn it flickered for a moment. For a moment there. It seems solid enough now. Really? How about you? Shale says this room is too small. How could that be? Yeah, I don't know. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. It's okay. Thank you, Erdl. It's nice to know that it didn't just completely skip it for me. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Deutero Lab, and the Director's office. Perhaps this discovery would be of interest to Shale. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Oh. You've located Director Demetrius's personal data tablet and locker space. Take another look. Yes, please. Open the locker. The door to the locker swings open easily. You know what? I don't know what I expected. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Hey, Mouse plays games. Hope you're doing well. You got a mad crush and you're in high school? Yeah, exactly. Have you found something? Yes, actually, the locker's weird. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed? By Electrobe, you mean? Could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kafki was used to say, Shale? Never trust an Electrobe surface. You can pass right through Electrobe. Sometimes. Truly, it never had that property in my time. Caetsu is having a little fun, I think. What we mean is, Electrobe can project a false appearance. Well, I walked through Electrobe, I'll have you know. There was that time in Origenics. In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door! I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Proto Lab. Then I'll take the Deutero Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sveen. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria, after all. I'll take Deutero Lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Caetsu, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wuglamat and Kryl through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there, the one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electrobe, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Anyway, bye. Yeah, it's missing a gem. I don't think we need that. Two jewels are embedded in this electrode plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Keep calm and everything will be fine. Both of you are quick studies. I kept searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electrobe. It's probably just a toy, but maybe... Solve the puzzle. You got it. Let's see if I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There. Huh? There's something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. Alexandrite, you say? Yeah, it does look like that would fit. Yeah. Good point. A large Alexandrite. Try to insert the Alexandrite into the empty slot. Yes. Pew. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. An arcane circuit? Yeah, thank goodness Galulja had that puzzle. He may not have had an Alexandrite for that. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, those are my Alexandrite. You consider the display before you. On second thought, perhaps the shapes are too simple for an electrobe circuit. A floor plan of this complex? As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the password you were looking for. The glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heat the stones? This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sveen, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. The slot contains a garnet. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the Dutter lab. This slot contains a sapphire. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the proto-lab. This slot contains an Alexandrite. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the director's office. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. The symbolism of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking there's something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty. And garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminal and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. You've gathered enough information to attempt entering the password. We're all set to go. Here. Wuglamat and Kryl are just waiting on their passwords. Let's start with Wuglamat in the Protolab. What word should she enter? Honesty. And the password for Kryl in the Deutero lab? Devotion. And lastly, what will we input for the director's office? Protection. Right, we have all 3 passwords ready. Now to enter them into the system at the same time. Beep boop bop, boop beep boop bop. Good thing there was a little step ladder. Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wuglamat and Kryl rejoin us. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us. I sort of assumed it had to be that room. Or it will show us like a big circle to indicate it's a bigger area we had to work with. Oh, a laptop.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It's too thin to have like a gamer GPU, I think.
It is, but whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
Yet it's also really wide.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only 2 methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
In a world formed of data? In a world.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal?
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up. And what a waste of time it's been.
Oh. Oh.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary.
Look, man, you have to work on your camera work here. You had all this time to prepare, and you didn't make sure that you were facing the camera.
Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part.
I happened to be eating lunch at that time, and then I missed the moment.
As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories have become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
I think you can actually do that before we exit, but good threat nonetheless. Ah. Just hung up on us.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
He's wrong if he thinks he's taking our measure. He hasn't even seen me cast. Well, actually, he has probably seen me cast Fire 4. He's just been watching us in Arcadian all this time. You're like, man, these guys suck.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Champion! Hey Gustavo, hope you're doing well too. Thank you. Meanwhile... Boink. Never mind. Phew! Well, that was an adventure. May not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. While I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Then, let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. I just want to consider for a moment that I feel like that was like the classic Wolf's Den Pier theme, Machinations, but instead they went for, let's just use Starless Skyline. That's where we are anyway. Damn that bastard Calyx. Oh wow. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Caetsu, we've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Well, it's dungeon time, surely. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Selenia, and for the other Sveen I may have become, but most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. Of course, but no reckless heroics! That's for me to do. I have plot armor. Yes, I understand. I promise not to subject myself or the party to needless danger. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alice and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I'm more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially for anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Caetsu, Kryl and I think that we should talk to Gozan before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, Preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gozan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, Leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. The solution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Oh, Agent Monica's here. Goes on, goes on, goes on, goes on.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Oh, hi.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachi called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
We've employed politicians? I guess?
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about.
We've hired philosophers. That's what we've done.
We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Dun 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 dun.
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Lamity, you used her name.
Oops. Whoops. They all knew all along, didn't they?
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Hey, Free Live. Hope you're doing well. I think we're just on the cusp of entering the dungeon that there is. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gossan. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. Look, the GPUs!
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Hey. Hey Zaf, hope you're doing well. Very victorious music. Hello. Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from with the mesoterminal itself. Why? What's happened to the mesoterminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope. Also facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I'm eager to accept for the sake of all who love Alexandria. I will not yield, nor leave them to despair. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. And that's correct, Zaf. That is generally part of the logic is, first of all, those that are like just using the stream to get the story, they can basically just rush ahead. And then they'll figure out what happened from when I get there. And some will also just be able to, you know, get ahead of me if they want to get ahead of me by reading. So even though I start early, most people will be able to get ahead of me if they want to. Like that is basically intentional on my part. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. We're 2 for 2 on that one. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first. I couldn't recognize a single thing and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelania and their royal knights, who laid their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together, and fight for what we hold dear. The kind The kind and gentle Queen Sveen was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Nom. We will rise to the occasion that endless Sveen could not. That we shall. Her wish to see Alexandria endures one I am happy to fulfill. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye. Alright, I'm here too. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Caetsu for good reason. And besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Are we not exactly 8? Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. Dun 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 dun. Now, I'm in the situation that I know Milo's there, Rust is there, and I know Bob also offered. I have space for... I have space for one, and preferably a tank. But before we figure that out, I'll be right back. Meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Awaken Wolf. Hope you're doing well. Speen. So, I don't know who to pick. Who do I bring? Has neither Milo or Rust completed the duty yet? Hello? Not yet? I will grab Milo. I could sit here all day. I just have to choose one. I can't bring you both. I wish I could, but I can't. I'll just bring Milo. Sorry, Rust. Woof. Oh, look, it's combat robots.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
That's not very confident. Say anything interesting? What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple. To ensure the survival of mankind in a world beset by lightning aspect imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the Levin sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end, it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face. Just don't live in this world, apparently. Hey, Kyo! Hope you're doing well.
I've created new Endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Did he just send an army of medics at us? That's weird, Lamau. I think one thing's for certain, he's not exactly an army commander.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant.
Oh, that's Hegemony. Ow. Uh-oh. Oh. Random chance. It was random which one was supposed to hit us, I think. Oh, it's just the first one he used, and then he's like, did you actually pay attention? He just puts down a fake one shortly after and goes, do you remember? Fair enough. It could, yeah, it could also still be random. But I'm just saying 2 out of 2 times it was specifically the one he showed first. That was the real one.
It served its purpose.
But it could absolutely still be random. But given how hard the knockback is, I don't know if that makes sense. According to Master Calyx, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulate one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electrope technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have, in fact, already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Yeah, that is weird, Ariel. There's not really any tanky mobs to focus on. It's just a lot of approximately equal-sized mobs. Not that there has to be, in fact, with how many dungeons recently have had that. Like one big mob to focus on and things like that. It's almost variety to not have that.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Your
sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Yeah, that's interesting. Never mind. On that one. Uh-oh. What happens then? Oh, you can just rest anyways? Fair enough. Uh-oh. It's okay, I'll just have seconds. That is an interesting fight. I like it. In retrospect, should probably just have finished off the boss itself. Oh well.
Beginning to tire.
I like it.
Good.
That's cool.
I bid you continue.
And it of course comes with it, like if no one dies, then what probably is meant to happen is that the DPS will escape first, and then we'll be able to help the, presumably first the healer and then the tank to get out. Hey Caitlin, hope you're doing well. I mean, at least in EU the queue was fine. Earlier when I logged in. We have succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrode device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet, despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves whilst granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored but also backed up as data. The Endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was perhaps the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. I didn't notice actually Feel Live. I'm sure that I'll know if we do a few more runs later.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well.
It looked like they were the same, but now that you mention it, I feel like the one Sip was fighting looked significantly different from mine. So may have a point that they might be like distinct. So like the tank one probably puts a little more pressure on you, like attack-wise. But I mean, the logic of, well, you escape quicker as a DPS because you'll do damage faster, and then you help the healer is probably still sound, I'd say. Whoops. Milos look the same as Sips? Oh, well then maybe it's like support and DPS have unique ones.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall.
Hey, Protosanger, hope you're doing well.
When you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Huh.
and meet the foe before you.
I thought he was prepared. Hey, Raven Theon. Hope you're doing well. I'm pretty sure that's what's releasing. Raiden Theon. Like, mainly. It's an Earth Tree boss. Very street outfit, Sip. I see you both went to get new outfits from the Gold Saucer. It does kind of remind of Tycoon from the Twinning. Oh, thanks. I'm, however, in the position that I can't really precast anything.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
Oh! The Side Slammer!
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Yeah.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Ah, right. Nice. No celebration. Thank you, Free Life, and I hope you enjoy work. Given that there was that significant knockback zip, I'm going to go out on a limb here and suggest that it's probably a ledge.
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calyx's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calyx, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
I do like the comedic effect of the tank and the healer being complete berserker killers trying to kill each other, meanwhile the two DPS are just trying to work together. Oh, hi.
Calyx!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key.
Oh, that's very blurred.
Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask,
Why though?
why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded.
I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it.
I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
Is it finally time for Blue Eyes White Dragon?
Now.
Uh-oh.
What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
That looks like Endsinger at a glance.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! $4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
Uh-oh. That robbed citizen suddenly turned into saved citizen.
What's going on?
Ah. At the very last moment he was saved by greed. I'm wielding my weapon in a cutscene.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth
It's a square arena. With no boss.
What is that?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques?
Hey, FFXIV, hope you're doing well.
Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
I haven't quite finished the face.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
You have much to answer for.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
When it finally finishes, those will be the most awesome sunglasses you ever did see. Ah, right. You can use duty support for this. So we reached the trial. Is there anyone else who wants to come along that I guess are in Chaos and or Europe? We have Ilana and Rust and of course Bob. So I think we have one more space. You're welcome to join, Emis. At least don't see anyone else. It is a classic, though. It's a classic. And then we spawn into a boss arena that is a perfect square. And imagine that, after all this, what he came up with is, of course, I'll summon a primal. I guess he doesn't quite know what one of our known titles are. Ah, of course, the perfect counter. What did you say your title was? Primal Slayer? Well, this isn't a primal. This is actually, yeah, no, it's totally a primal. Oh, you're handing out specific badges that are used specifically for countering primals? Huh. Yeah, I didn't quite account for that. Yeah. Do you need more people? I think we just figured out who else we were getting, Zaf. Like, as in, we are going to be exactly 8. We're just waiting for 2 people to finish the cutscene. And we will enjoy your fight as well, Zaf. Now we're just missing Ilana. As soon as it pops, I mean, it should pop soon, right? Yeah, I enjoyed the. I actually really like the 4x1v1. So I did see some people mention that it's perfectly possible for the tank to beat theirs first. Which makes sense. I imagine maybe the tank and healer ones have less HP. But there can be, like, you know, a skill or gear difference as well that causes that. The first boss had this weird, like, obscuring of what's real mechanic. I'm not sure whether we were just randomly lucky, or if, like, I'm not sure if the mechanic is, oh, it's going to mess you up because there's 2 options, or it's going to mess you up because if you didn't pay attention to which one was the correct one before they obscured it, then you're screwed. Because we, like, if it's the latter, then what we saw was 100% chance. If it's the former, then we just so happen to be super lucky. Right, so a Portal enthusiast says I followed along with the trust in memory, and it seemed to work. Right, so we have 2 paladins and we have 2 healers. What is Milo playing? Milo is currently a fisher. He's a DPS now. That works. Double paladin. Hands! Look at those hands!
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
Oh, nice. Has 2 of those that can really monitor its state. And we have double barriers.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves.
Ow.
There.
purple? Oh no.
Do you not see? Death is upon you.
That's very cursed with randoms.
Perhaps this. Kill them. Bothersome.
A memory mechanic, and I'm guessing it's a circle AoE that it memorized for later.
Kill them. Fear compounds fear,
Grand
eroding
Cross.
your strength.
Oh boy. Oh no. I'm getting flashbacks to the Occult Crescent right now.
I will reduce you to ether.
What a scientific way to say, I will kill you.
You will die for me now.
Bruh, really? For a second I thought it was just going to be untargetable, so I was like, I just used my triple cast.
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Ah, we're experiencing how it is to be in a toilet. Well. Run! Whee! Do I not get to help the others? No? Okay. That's what I was expecting to happen. That's what I wanted to happen, even.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that.
Yeah, like Omega trains, true.
There.
Oh, I couldn't quite see that I wasn't far enough out. Alright, limit break 3, we have that. And it'll be a donut? And then a circle. And then a donut. Or what? Okay, I think I got it.
I am prepared for you.
Okay, maybe not.
Kill them.
That's a circle.
Fight, if you must.
That's what we're doing.
There.
Oh, it's a specific side you have to dodge. I'm being an idiot.
Struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
We did it! Hey, Mohammed. Hope you're doing well. You know, the thing you summoned might have been able to battle better if you didn't insist on having folded its arms the whole time. But hey, I mean, we are in the age of hype and aura farming, so maybe that was more important. Well, that was nice. A lot of it has references to Final Fantasy IX, Gustavo.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
Time to memory bonk the memory bank.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Calyx. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Ah.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
She hit it with that sweet mental damage.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Block. Staff block.
No, you don't.
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Oh, you can see its HP. He has a UI. Uh-oh. Her hands are bleeding.
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
Go then.
And we will protect them together.
Oh, that's a flashy tome. Oh, nice. That's a weird way to finish the melee combo.
The others.
Oh no. She'll fire for it. That better be a fire 4 or an Ultima. You know what, I'll take it. It's like a blue flare star. He needs better internet. Nice, Steve. He was defeated by not a good enough internet plan. Do all casters shoot the blue fireball thing?
Careful, you're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tuliolol and into the care of a chirurgeon.
Huh.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamati.
True, Ilana. That would probably require a pretty huge data plan. She's yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamachi will be fine. I've been in touch with Vaukuna, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamachi himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Vuklamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. We did it! When we're rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are ne'er far. I mean, he could have learned about it like hundreds of years ago. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until our Kuna arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. Caetsu, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Sveen. Erinville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we'd feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm having to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only, I'm concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahusa? She works the fields at Yupie's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you're safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Kryl. Look who it is. Good to see you again. Hale and healthy. I'm sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pipuane was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends, if it can't be helped. I also hear that the Queen Sveen who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet, despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future's ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. For me. For everyone. Now, I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Pepuane and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the epoxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Golson to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, it would seem. By the way, Caetsu, Alphino told me that Kuna arrived to escort Lamachi back to Tuliolal. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Gululja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. As you heard, he was pitching in over the drift downs with Erenville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in the general direction. Hey, Wizard, hope you're doing well. I did see it, Gustavo. I generally don't use that many different mounts, so I was just like, oh, that's neat. Ah, I know that voice. And happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Gululja, are you? He was here, asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there.
Welcome back!
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Noddles all around.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Swords!
My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here.
Hey, Gustavo, enjoy.
I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Galulcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Good for you!
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Or cast Fire 4. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me, and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed the milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Okay. I am wondering how much wrap-up there is here. Caetsu. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. So that's the last quest. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kavkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Oh, great. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There's still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Rahan to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Quest accepted. Quest, chillax for a sec. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It would like to be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. While away the days in the back room. Sure. Several weeks later. Well, we really needed that rest. We just went to bed for like a month. Finally.
Ah, what an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more.
The graphics
The
cards.
investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, We just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sphene from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Indeed, Cole. I am a little worried whether I have enough time to also do the Alliance raid.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You'll soon be on your way to Yoctel, then?
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed.
Months.
She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes.
I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Hi.
Sentry!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
Yeah, I don't know, Nox. I don't even know how long this cutscene is. Like, even though it looks like it's drawing to its end, it's very possible it goes on for like another 10 minutes.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Gregarious Gaming says, so they retcon the memories being erased? Technically not. A key thing that Dawntrail has done a lot is a lot of focus on what we know or what we think is true, which means that they basically, and that's something they've done since A Realm Reborn, they haven't specified what they mean, so they're not retconning anything. They didn't specify it originally. The source we had that the memories were erased were not a trustworthy source, so we couldn't assume that that was correct anyway. It's just that in Endwalker, they decided to just go, that's a spade and that's a shovel. So I guess we might have gotten a little too used to them just saying it straight. You might think it's lazy, but I'm not joking when I say that the reason why things from A Realm Reborn to Endwalker has been like, wow, they planned this all along? No, they didn't. It's just that all the way back then, they just didn't fill in anything. So when they then 5 years later went, well, actually, that was this all along, you go, wow, that's amazing! I mean, it's possible it's different writers happened, but this is how Final Fantasy XIV has pretty much always done things. It's just that in the last expansion, they basically just went and explained what everything was. So now it seems weirdly alien when they don't.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Portal enthusiasts, they turned it on specifically because they discovered that there was a way to restore everyone's lost memories, but they required it to be reactivated.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sphene?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Oh yeah, this makes a lot better sense than her becoming a scion. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Caetsu. Vuklamad is right. Ours will not be an easy road, but with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliyollal will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Corona's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Vuklamad back to Tuliyollal. But what are your plans, Caetsu? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kuhn has been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us. I'll never hear the end of it. Yeah, pretty much, ball enthusiast. One more time. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lance God said my training will begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tulihol a while. We believe in you, Gulja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lamachi, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Gulja. Is that not allowed? Can I not choose to study the blade? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kuna, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Yeah, pretty much, Em. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sveen. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for life and legacy to forever endure. And I'm here too! You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I guess I am. I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the endless Sveen. Thank you, Caetsu, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tulihol. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tulihol, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Caetsu. Even when I make my mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Gulja, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sveen and the others. Caetsu, you're here, correct? We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions with the science to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sveen, Aetheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphina report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participate in the memory restoration have expressed a desire to hold a funerary service. Of course they have. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. Oh, really? That's a lovely idea. I'm glad you agree. Some have yet to receive their requested memories, however, so we shall wait until the initial wave of restorations is complete before proceeding. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. That's correct, Em. That's specifically what they did, is they turned on the machine specifically so that they could restore the memories, and apparently it has, you know, stay active to finish that that process. Yes, it is a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigations, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was all so strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so, here I will remain. Should you ever have a need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we will delve. Then be welcomed as honored guests for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, my cherished comrades. Oh boy. He survived! And he still has his Crocs. Closed Crocs. He's sweaty. His nightmares of a lizard.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Oh, Asian. Of course.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
if none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? Ba 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 ba! We did it! Music. Right, so we managed to get it done. And apparently Asians are back on the menu somehow. Well, I guess it's another one of those like straggler Asians. Like maybe he hid away in the 9th all this time. That would make sense. And that also explains how Calyx could do a primal summoning. Now, I'm hoping that we can get the Alliance raid stuff done in under 3 hours. But whatever the case, we'll be wrapping up this stream, short break, and then we'll be back with the Alliance raid in a separate stream. So if you came back to this and like, wait, what happened? Hopefully you'll rewind shortly and see me explain that. When I say short break, it'll be like 15 minutes from now. Or that's the plan anyway. But with that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream, like other people enjoyed as well. So thanks so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link to that right there in the chat. You'll also find the weekly schedule there, where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday and Monday. And you'll also find links to videos and streams, such as the upcoming stream in a moment, in the announcement room. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, or right when I plan it if it's really close, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the chat right there from Aradel. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thanks so much for the support. But that'll be it from me for the moment. We'll be back in just a bit. There'll be a new link. But actually, I should probably not say goodnight and everything if we're coming back in a moment. But see you in a bit then. Bye-bye.